Spent some time watching some videos and getting familiar with zmodeler again and some tutorials on shoes. So I think I can do a much better job than I did last night. That's what I'm going to do today. Though, I mean, the form is pretty decent. It's not too bad. I don't say so myself. I like that for some reason ZBrush wants to keep zooming into the middle up there. Where am I going? Going up to the head, apparently. I wonder why that is. But maybe it's because I have that selected. Oh yeah, that's probably why. It's because I had the head selected. So I may use part of this. Yeah, unmask that. It's not even masked. I have those separate? What did I do here? The extracts. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I extracted on top of it. I'm going to delete that extract. And then I may use the form. I'm just going to tighten it up a bit though. Like parts like this where I have it flat, I'm going to come back to that, smooth it out anyways, so not necessary for me to mess with that. Just want the general silhouette of the shoe. Let's change this over. I think the rest of it, I've got a pretty good idea. Kind of a good setup of a shoe. Okay, that works.
I require the solace of the shadows and the dark of the night.
Tempted to
Sunshine
put an
is
image
my
behind it and
distraction.
just get the silhouette that way, but I think that's pretty good. See where it ends up this way.
Another dawn.
Ow! Seems pretty close. Like maybe I started the ramp up here a little bit too close. So I could mess with that a little bit. Let me see if I can get this right though.
Looking upon these frail creatures, one would not think that they could contain such power. One could rule the universe with it. You must find them for me and destroy them.
Okay. I've got it pretty much flat. I go ahead and bend it up now with a bigger. Oh. Let's move that back here. I like that. That seems a little more accurate. Yeah. Then I'll get the get it to look nice and what should we call it? Level a bit. Okay, this time I'm gonna do a Z remesh and turn off good old Dynamesh, and we're gonna get away from that and do zmodeler. So for now, turning off Dynamesh. Curious what that did. Interesting. Do Z remesher. I'm gonna cut the geo in half. Better. Do it again. I think this is good for painting masks for right now. So I'm just gonna extract panels out of this thing. Try to make them match this. So I think first I'll start with bottom. So I wonder might be able to break down the geo even further and then just select faces to make this look better. Let me see what happens. Let's see what we can do with zmodeler. Let's make this a smoother topology. One more time. What's one more time look like? Now, to flatten that, wonder if I could select like a bunch of the loops and stuff here. So EZM is my zmodeler. If I right click, I get all kinds of different options here, depending on what I have highlighted. So I don't know if I want to mess with faces. Do I want to mess with edges? Kind of feel like I should mess with edges. It's very hard to do this with the pen. Just right click it with this. So here, let's see, close, collapse, crease. I will need to crease eventually. Scale, mask, move. What to do, what to do. Slide things around, that's not horrible. So maybe, I don't know that I want to be over here sliding edges around. Maybe if I had even less to work with, I could make it easier on myself. Just keep cutting this in half. Turn adapt off. Yeah, something like that. Might be able to work with that. What are those? It's interesting. It's interesting. What is that about? Why did it just put random ones? So I think I want to crease this. This one here. I'm gonna take this, crease, edge loop. Ooh, that's not it. Edge loop complete. Poly loop. What's poly loop gonna do? Ah, not that direction. Huh. Guess I'm doing individual. Just shift to. But I could just drag along the edge to do it. It's weird to switch over to a mouse to do this. Okay, there's our problem. Our edges don't match up. Okay. So I need Zero Mesher to give me a good edge loop. That must be like wrapping all around or something. How will I make it match up? I think what I'm going to do, there's a tool to cut an edge. Slice mesh. I'll do it from point to point though. Edge actions. No, I want point. Where's my point? That's my point, is it not? Yeah, it's my vertex. Okay. Is it split? I think it might be split. Okay. This point. Oh, no, that's not it. It's not split. Maybe it's bridge? Slice mesh. Duh. First point. Okay, so now we just need to slide edge loop complete. Yeah, see stuff like that. It's getting me close to what I want, but I need those certain points to match up a little bit better. Maybe I just need to flatten those now. I need to get rid of this edge. I'm not polygon. That edge? I may need to put the points together. Let me try bridging. If I bridge from, I want the point. Bridge from 1 point, nope, 2 points. From here to bridge. Asymmetrical operation cancelled. Hey, that's not it. Kind of want to delete that face, and bring the line over here. How would I do that? Let's go to polygon actions, delete single poly. Delete. Why can't I delete it? Because it's non-symmetrical? How did that? Oh, that's right. I only made the change on this side. Delete poly, delete poly. And then I think I'm even deleting that one. Let's try and merge these two together now. To bridge, yes. First point, second point. First point, second point. What's happening? So maybe it's not bridge. It's not transpose. It's kind of like extrude. I need this point. Let's go to edges. Let's slide. Slide this edge. Like that. I need this to meet up now. See if I can bridge edges. Maybe that's what I need to do. This edge. See this edge, come on. Nope. Bridge two edges. This edge. Why can't it see that edge? Hello? This edge, that edge. How about this edge? It's confusing. It's like in Maya, this is kind of an indication that things are smooth and you need to unsmooth in order to get it to match up and stuff, but what the hell? Alright, zero mesher. Do magic, please. It's like a lot of these edges aren't going all the way around. It's moving all kinds of edges there. That's not what I want. I just want the edge loop. What is edge loop partial? Is that based off of my brush? No, I'm good. BH. Hey, listen to me, damn you. Like, I just want this to flatten out, and I want the edge around the outside of the shoe to be crisp. And I'm struggling to get that done. I know how I do this in Maya. It'll be easy. Here, it's tough as hell. Just because there's this learning curve, that's all. I just gotta get over the curve. What to do, what to do, what to do. Maybe I should poly mask. Let's try that. It's a very powerful tool that I'm not using as often as I should be. It's very hard to navigate with a mouse. I thought there was the ability to paint over it as you're masking. Nope, guess not. Maybe I was using edge loops wrong. Not polygon, I want edge. Edge loop complete. Mask. Let's see what happens here. So I want... Ah, no. I want to mask. Nope, that's not it either. Nope. 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 I don't know. Still got some learning to do on that, I guess. Anyway, so Alt W, Control W. So I've got all these edges, or polygroups. How do I recolor those so that they're the same color? Just polymesh that. Polygroups, I mean. There's auto groups. Nope. Um, close, almost. There we go. How do I get that group, that group, that group, or that poly? This one, this one, this one, this one. How do I get them all to just be a part of the same group? I kind of want to merge Geo up there. How? Nope, do that. Group by normals? Nope. Group front. Nope. Poly paint from masking. Groups changed points? What is that? Merge similar groups. Stray groups. Ah, so close. I'm not sure what I'm doing with them once I do get them merged though, so let's see, zmodeler, what am I gonna do? Can I just flatten the faces? That's basically what I'm getting at. QMash polygroup equalize? What does equalize? Doesn't give additional details. Dang. We're gonna find out. Poly group. I think that's exactly what I needed. I don't know, that didn't do anything like what I was thinking. It was that simple. All I had to do was go in there and select poly group. Huh, okay. Well, anyway, now that it's grouped, now what? What now? Scale? No. Do I want to scale the poly group? Okay. Scales it down, that scales it up. It doesn't flatten it. That's what I'm going for. How often do I sculpt? I sculpt, it seems like every day lately. But usually I'm rigging or animating, so I'm outside of my bubble of comfort right now.
Well, do us all a favor, Vincent, and try to be a Kant, especially where that monster's concerned. We need you, not another corkscrew.
Too much coconut in that stuff.
Look at that.
Let's see. Where's the modeler modifiers? Face mode, flat targets, tolerance. Don't want to scale. Nanomesh, insert points, inset. I want to flatten it. There has to be a way to flatten. I gotta look this one up. Otherwise I'll sit here all night looking for it. Oh, equalize tries to make it a perfect square. It's not what we want. Alright, so we know that equalize is not what we're looking for.
Superior, but I hate the company of robots.
So try and relax, have some fun. Remember what they say, all work and no play?
All sunshine makes a desert, so the Arabs say.
We've been in some scrapes before, and we're gonna get out of this one.
So maybe, oops, I need to do something with everything that's flat and polygroup. Kinda. It's kinda what I want. Blah. Can't do that with edges. Maybe I need to look at this tutorial on shoes. This guy speed sculpted, that didn't help. So, one of these videos is like, okay, we're just gonna sculpt the basic shape of the shoe and then take it into Maya, and then we'll make the flat surfaces. Which is, I'm very tempted to do, but I should learn how to do these things in ZBrush because I'm gonna need it in other areas. H polish. Hang on. Let me see this. Yeah, that's just sinking it in. It's not like H polish doesn't work that way for me. How does anybody get this to work right? A Dynamesh, yeah, but smooth things out and then they get all weird. If have, I have ideas. Let's go back to what we had for a second. Geometry. Dynamesh. Can I move this panel? There's a way to move a panel into your own. I need to like, oh, I need to design my own panel here. I think I want to move that geo down here. Geometry, is it holding shift? Is it control shift? Is it alt shift? Alt control? Maybe I'd snag it from here. Drag it down here. Doesn't it want to go? Nope. It's not. Nobody wanted that. Whatever. So, okay, so Z, remesh, H polish. Be nice and flat. Okay, so if that's not gonna work, what I'm thinking is I'm gonna knife that shit. Yeah, probably. Now, what if I polygroup by normals? No? Group, there's auto groups. Nope. Group by edges? Yeah. Group by normals button is pressed. ZBrush will create polygroups based on the model's surface curvature. This can modulate by the maximum angle tolerance. 45-degree angle. There's a 45. It's like a 90-degree angle there, and you're still grouping it together. A ZBrush. Is there a hole? Why didn't it just cut straight across? But give me curve brush ideas. Take this straight across. Flip it. Pull it out. Do. And we're gonna dynamesh that. And we're gonna cut that shit. Try that again. Here. There. Now, do we have a flat bottom? Really need to quit fucking with me. ZBrush. We even have polygroups. That's great. So now if I turn off Dynamesh and then I Z-remesh. You're just gonna throw your own polygroups on there. Cool. Undo. And let's keep groups. Good. And then let's cut it in half. And again. And again. So it looks like we got a solid line going around now. That's what I was going for. All this trouble for that. So now BZM. And let's go ahead and take a look at these different options here. I want to bevel my edge loop. Yes. Two rows. It's more like it. So I can work with that. Now let's see. Do I want to bend it upwards right now? I think so. I feel like I need to take this, push it up a little bit. Let's take, I'm gonna take this and bevel it. Kind of want to move those edges. I think I can slide the entire poly group. I want to see if I can take this here and make the shell. Solo the shoes so that my hands aren't in the way. I'm gonna make polygroup. So if I polygroup, do brush radius, and then I can like brush along it. Oh no, I got some of that I didn't mean to. Stop masking. Got it. So I can take that now. I can extrude by polygroup. It's kind of crazy looking. See, there I can do like polygroup island. It's only the bottom one. these. I wonder if it's Q mesh that I want. Maybe not extrude. The same shit though. Q mesh. Poly. No. Q mesh. Poly group. Get out of here. Okay. Maybe I don't want these well, that's not gonna work either. I just kind of need a little bit of thickness, but this kind of sticks out a little further, so maybe I need to do it to the red group first. Don't do that. And these are looking pretty dope, and I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. I definitely like the results better. Let's go take this. Okay. Can work with that. Might want to bevel this edge. Give me some nice crease. Or I can crease the edge. That's what I need. Crease. Not polygon. I want the edge. Crease. It's edge loop partial. What is that going to do for me? It's going to give me exactly what I want. Let's go ahead and crease these two. I can get in there. Let's extrude, extrude. That's a hard one to get to. It's right there. And that's kind of what they do. I need to hit the, gotta hit the laces and all that stuff now. These are some cool looking shoes already. Once I get this down, it's gonna look better. Get the back piece and I'll get the shoelaces down. I don't think I need, I'm not doing the 3 stripes. Now, how am I gonna do this here? That's the question. I'm gonna take like I need like these 3 columns. So let's see if I can mask. Brush size, brush radius, yes. Oh, did I just select that on the edges? That's not what I want. Mask, brush radius. Hello? Could mask that way, that's not what I want though. Let's see what happens. If I grab my mask pen, just start dragging. Whoa. Maybe I want to inset that. Inset, polygroup all. Should I have any other? I do have a yellow polygroup down here, so polygroup island. Let's do the border. Whoa. What are our options here? Border only. Flat and polygroup? That's cool, but not what I was looking for. It's polygroup inner. Okay. Maybe inset isn't what I'm looking for. Maybe I'm just looking to crease. Not like that though. Just the border. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. Or maybe I'm going for a bevel. Whoa. Single row. Polygroup Island. Oh, it's getting all of them. That's not what I want. Nope. Can I do front-facing polygroup? Polyloop, that's... I don't know what just happened there. Anything. It's not what I'm looking for, though. Okay, well then we'll just crease. I'm gonna go around creasing individual things, I guess. I'm gonna slide some points around. There's a button you can hold to slide independently. There it is. I'll put bevel. I'll push these in, those out. So maybe I just want to do a polygroup again. Extrude. Polygroup all. Oh. Insert single edge loop. push these edges out. Scale. It's not it. Yeah, that's not it. Let's try poly loop and group. Let's just do poly loop then. It's gonna move the entire thing. Not it. I just want to take edges and just shift them. Scale them both out the same way. And that'll give me the area for the shoelaces. Yeah, we'll just use basic tools. Stick to the basics. Just gotta throw some fat laces over that. And then put the tongue up there. Thanks. Thanks for the nice work comment.
Those who have given their souls to the Prince of Darkness.
Like, I feel like with this tool, I should be able to take this loop of this poly group and shift it inwards with an extrude to give it the depth. But it doesn't want to work that way for me. Let me make everything else do nothing real quick. Then on the polygon actions, I want to take this, extrude only the polygroup border. Got it. That it's creating more polygroups. I don't want it to do that. No sides polys? What is that? What does that mean? Wow, interesting. Don't do that though. Step by brush. Oh, cool. Do it in steps. Okay. What if I inset? And take the purple group and extrude that. Looks better to me. Because now I can take laces, put them over the top. Gonna be fat laces that you're not really gonna see in the shoe anyway. So BI machine parts. It's in the model kit. Well, there's our studs or rings for our shoelaces. Fins, holds, panels, kinds of shit. Pipes. Pretty cool. Boosters. Okay, so it's not that one. BI. Is it parts? Industrial parts. Oh, is this straps? That's probably it right here. Shoelace. That's what I'm looking for. Like you go there. Tap. I forget how you use the BIM brush. Close, but no. This to here. To here, to here, to here. I just want to see it. Cool. We have fat laces. Might end up having to, yeah, I'm gonna have to take regular shoelaces and mess with those. Need a quick lesson on the IMM brush. take, there was another brush, BI model kit. This one has the circular things, which look a lot like the slots for a shoelace. So let's, yeah, that'll work. It's kind of big. Let's take this one. Actually, that's fine. Let's go to stroke. You at. Take this and put it up here. Come on now. Come on. Stroke
Vincent, you're gonna have the time of your life.
to there.
I don't mean to sound superior, but I hate the
Curve.
company of robots.
So try and relax, have some fun.
Where was depth?
Remember what they say, all work and no play?
All sunshine makes a desert, so the Arabs say.
We've been in some scrapes before, and we're gonna get out of this one.
Ah, it's so cool. Ah, there it is. Brush. Depth. Drag that down. That one. Maybe the holes aren't that big, right? I think I've made too many. Whoa. B and B. Select that. Is it part of the shoe? It is. It didn't make separate meshes. Okay. How do I select? Polygroups. What if... Try this again. By mask, 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 mask. Can I delete masked? Geometry. So I can't use delete hidden because I just hid everything by selecting these polygroups. Delete my entire shoe. I guess if I split. So then I'm gonna save before I do this. And then split, align. Modify topology. Delete hidden. So now if I click in the back, so I just deleted my entire shoe. But I could have swore I split everything off. See, entire shoe gone. So you don't want to do that. Could have swore I just split those though. These split. I select all of them and mask them. Split masked points. We won't do it because everything else is split hidden. Okay, so then if I solo, there we go, that's what I needed. Now I can cut these out. Why am I missing the top one up there? So I have one here. That one is actually... Okay, there is another one over there. I don't have it in the same group because it was in a separate one. Confusing. Kinda confusing. Geometry. Delete hidden. Okay, unsolo that. Okay, I'm just gonna redo this. That's what we're gonna do. We get to here, and we're gonna get to subtools. It's fine. It's these. Why do I have double? Okay, let's reopen. These pieces I want to separate. Split. Groups. It's an undoable operation. Solo thing so I can see what they are. I delete those. Delete those. I don't know what that one is, but we'll delete that too. Okay. I'm gonna merge. Down. Shit. Oh, I had it, but I merged the hair with the damn shoe. Hey. Don't save. Shoelaces. Oh, pain. What a pain, what a pain, what a pain. Okay. Just I only want to split. You'd think it'd be easy to get rid of things. Patched. Delete. There we go. God. It took forever for such a small operation. Mask it. Go back. Split masked. Select it. Delete it. Okay. Now I know how to do that. Model kit. We still have this. We should still have our depth. We do. But now, instead of paying attention to the points, I'm just going to drop them in areas that make sense. So, like, turn off solo. Ugh. Not what I meant to do. Okay, that seems good for a stylized shoe. Let's try the other brush. SBI. Just getting in the way all of a sudden. Not this one. SBI, straps, curve, shoelace. Alright, so here, I don't need the depth to be, yeah, 13's fine. Smooth brush. Got modifiers here. Let's go to curve, edit curve. Stuff's fine. Actually, in the brush menu, I need my curves. Curve mode, snap. Do I want snap? Oh yeah, it's gonna snap to the surface. Yeah, I want that. Bend start. Functions. I'm not too concerned with that right now. Let's see. Looks great. Where is the curve? Steps. What are the steps? Finds the roundness of the curve. Created this setting in conjunction with your brush size. Let's brush how often to apply a point curve. Yeah. I think I know what I want to do. Functions, delete. Shit, that's... Oh. Oh. I forget how to get rid of a curve. It's Alt? Why isn't it drawing on the surface? Holy shit. Not the easiest thing to work with. Pain in the ass. Hmm. Wow. I take my move brush and I just start moving it. Yeah. I mean, if I could just get it in the right spot first, that'd be great. I think I need a break. Like all I want is the string. I want to hide the string in there. I got the entire shoe. Cool. Need a breaker. How about we check out Citizen Sleeper. We set that up. there's a number 2 coming out. Interesting. Well, let's see what number 1's about. Operator. Operator works with drones, high precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Oh, shoot, I gotta change everything. Go. Updated on the Twitch side? I don't know. Operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Okay, so this is... I just gotta think. What's it called? Cyberpunk. Extractor. Specialists work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and a high level of endurance. I only get these 2 choices? Oh wait, there was another one here. Machinist. Machinist repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resource extraction. Sleepers assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. Plus 1 to work with machines. Negative 1, approach a problem head on. Let's try that. I'll try a machinist. First thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Mine are almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when your self has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach until you can't tell one from another. Cold slips in, behind and around you, and sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body. Given your current circumstances, the walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now there are thousands of them. Remember the others. You remember there were 10 of you, 10 that could no longer stand the indentured work. The routines, the slow decay, 10 whose belief in their promised future was slowly dismantled day by day until they realized they had sold away everything they could and whatever matter. That could and whatever matter. 10 that would escape or at least die trying. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on the grim and heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. Try to rest. But you are restless. It has been a long time since you left, surely weeks, maybe months. You are dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You have been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of the impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes, the cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound too, everywhere screeching and shimmering, so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light. White as the cold. Softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. You're out. Okay, what? Dragos. It's been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You're slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You're surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along the edges where plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. So, sleeper, you're all thawed yet? Almost. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance in Sub-Zero vac. Seen more than a few of your frozen solid to hold plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes, the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. It didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in a memory for a moment. Or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with it. What happened to him? He ignores your question. I won't ask what led you to it, what led you to do it, to sell yourself to a corporation, and I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now. And you are just software, a rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the separate sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world, but as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, not things you feel. You're no longer that person. You're an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. Essen Art wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep hold of you, well then no one else can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence. A built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down. Separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the Arb. The Eye is the best place you could be at right now. The Eye? The station you'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out of the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion, fatigue. You shakily get to your feet and nod. Alright, you head up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Drago stalks back into the wrecks. His drones already converging on a rusting hulk. Plasma flashes, silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life of the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. See the rest real quick. Whoa, whoa. All cycles need to end. Rest to prepare for the next one. Wake curled up in the corner of a container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are, on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? What does matter? Just escaping? Getting answers, building a life. I say building a life. Maybe you did get lucky. Finding yourself here, maybe here, on the edge of everything, there's a life for you to build. Before you can build anything, you'll need to learn to survive. Maybe if you can do that, you can make a life for yourself. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets. What are sachets? Sachets of some desiccated powder. Sachets. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. Contents of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes like angular suns burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you've finished drinking before they fade. They begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. 1. Tutorial condition. Action dice. Oh, there's dice and all that in here. Okay. Interesting. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by 1 segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence injury, or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition, now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. The action dice. So, condition, oh, that's the orange bar above. Okay, so action dice. At the start of each cycle, you'll roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Ah, okay. Once you've used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at double rate per cycle. So this is a roguelite. Okay. So, what are our plans? Cryptocurrency stored in air-walled sticks. Oh, look at that, we use crypto. So, yeah, that didn't really tell me anything, though. What am I supposed to do now? Leave? That's it? Drago's is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder. Its cache... Okay. Its cache of sensor eyes rapidly arising. How are you feeling? I guess I'm okay. The drone chirps. Good to hear you. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe, he pauses, so I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Yeah, sure. Alright then, he nods. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old holes down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of that comes in scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously, I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn on. Chits? These. Pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Airwalled cryo. Isolated from the market. It's what we use to trade out here. He stuffs them back in a pocket. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited moving on as quick as you can, and sleepers, well, he trails off. But things being the way that they are for me at the yard, pauses, I need the help. Happy to. Okay. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Is it now? Okay, that must be Drago's. That's where I go to work. Things sensitive. Loan gates. Passage into the low end. Oh. We don't need to go to the low end. Let's just go work. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world as Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Even the rustiest hole can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy, condition, or items, depending on the outcome. There are 3 types of outcome. Positive, the action gets better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds, or negative, the action fails. Repeatable action. Manual salvage. It's going to take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salvage, as you are no longer a stranger to hard labor. You are no stranger to hard labor. Action dice affect these outcomes as follows. That's a 100% chance of positive, 50, 25, 50 neutral. That's interesting. So we're definitely looking for these. Our chances are really low the lower the number, basically. So 1 is type. It's a repeatable action, either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. 2 is the risk, either safe, risky, or danger. Safe, no loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Risky is negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. And then danger, negative outcome means cryo, means condition loss. Neutral outcome can mean cryo or energy loss. 3 is our skill, it's endure. Skill that this action requires either engineer, interface, endure, intuit, or engage. And then the modifier, either -1, 0, +1, or +2. This is added to the action dice when slotted and improves its value. Some actions require a +1 to perform. So we can do a whole dissection. We can play it safe and do a manual salvage. Dragos is tied up in something ugly, and if he misses a payment or 2, things could get nasty. So we have a good dice to do something risky. Let's play risky. We could even do this. Let's not start off on the wrong foot, though. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed between or below the actions that fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Drago's death, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon for that location. Oh, we keep on going, huh? Cycle clock, back in business. In Citizen Sleeper, you will unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drive will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Access your drive menu via the arrow button at the top of the screen. You're now free to explore Erlin's Eye and make a life for yourself here. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Look for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Build clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when you are out of dice. Mouse wheel or W to scroll through the station. Rotate the view with A and D. Okay. This one's safe. Need to find a doctor. Hey Dragos. Need access to corporate pharmaceuticals, otherwise this escape attempt will come to rapid end. Let's leave. Drago's yard. There's a dock. Empty container. There's a wet dock. Bustling open market. I bet I could go there and find something to survive. Corporate pharmaceuticals. Although I don't have any. I don't know where my funds are. I don't think he's given me anything yet. Let's just we'll spend the day working. And then do I need an action? Oh no, I don't need a die to do that. Okay. So if I go here and I use this here, it could be neutral or negative. But even if it's negative, it's still safe, so let's see what happens. Negative outcome, 5 cryo. Alright, so I'm all out of die, I can't do any more actions. Can I still wander though? Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Hellion system are rare, but those that do always return eventually. Interesting. Rotunda. Steel dock plans. Explore the rotunda. Filled with passageways and concourses leading to all kinds of docking bays. Salvage sorting. Take several cycles to reach the starboard belt and return loaded with scrap from old wrecks. What else we got? Go to the bustling market and ask for directions. Why wander when there are hundreds of people that live and work within Bright Market? Ask for directions, explore the market. After some spacers caused some trouble on the low end, Yatagan has imposed a toll for entry. No 160 cryo just to get in there. I bet you that's where my shit's gonna be. What's this? Assist a shipbuilder. I don't have connections, but you do have skills. If you can get a shipbuilder to notice them, you might be in all materials. As a newcomer, you can only gain favor by grabbing a load of materials and asking the nearest yard hand where to take them. Interesting. Okay. Alright, let's end this cycle then. I'm almost starving. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring surrounds you. For a moment you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange, and then extensions as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into millions of distributed nodes that connect to you. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. Observe it. Even though you have no eyes, no sight, you see/feel the map of the station. No, not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. It is a loop cloud with spokes and spires that jut out into space. It is an ingrown thing full of obsolete loops and severed pathways. It is a system, a map, and a territory all at once. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you, consistently. Oh, insistently. As if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling you in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back, trembling, into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. Close your eyes for a second. You feel it waiting there. The station splayed out across your mind. A storm of connective nodes, waiting to be explored, and then it is gone. Back to work, I guess. How do I know what I have? Oh, my cryo's down there. Okay, so I got 50 cryo. How about we take one of these, do this, hopefully positive, back in business, plus 10 cryo. Alright, we got 60 now. Let's go look down here. I'm tempted to help in the shipyard, but I need something to eat, so I kind of want to go to the markets. I gotta find food, explore the market. Lost energy, action complete. We got nothing. This will only give me either a neutral or negative. I need food, so I've got to do it. Get some local knowledge. Still starving though. I can't do anything when I'm starving. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. Keep your head down, your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you are here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block, they have all made the long queue a test of your nerves. Your options are few. Without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, will. You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. Try to find something to distract yourself. Look inside. You lean against the door frame and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see amber light filtering through a far doorway, screened with plastic sheeting, beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorway jerks you away. Wait your turn. Bells. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway, pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment you are transfixed by the motion. Come sit. with a sharp voice. You see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting of the frame, a simple folding bed. Make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak, they blink, and then quickly regain their composure. Please sit. They gesture to the bed, then turn to open a case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in her hand. They hold it to their eye, remain still, please. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still gaze from the expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been in the station? They ask, the scanner still in their eye. A few cycles. They nod. It's good you came here. They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying. You say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. S&ARP doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping, they built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which S&ARP remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sound familiar? No. That's okay. Most sleepers are prevented from proper access to this kind of information before they sign up to be emulated. That's how this works. S&ARP goes to great lengths to conceal their administration of stabilizer to active sleepers. You swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. Feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Speed says, and you are unsure if they mean the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Simulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. They have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm. S&ARP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument, cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. I may be able to help, they sigh. You see the darkness under their eyes. Hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside? You nod. He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential in the low end. They give me the space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. Yatagan has connections. Smugglers from the Starward Belt. Mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate. It's complete. This is dangerous, and it will be expensive, but I think you can do it. Why help me? Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the marquee, look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face. But the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off to the crowd. I can do is sleep again and I'm gonna starve. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind and sparkles with glittering lights like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The thread's still pulling, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leap off into the void. Begin to understand. These are nodes. And connections. A map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops, that seems almost impossible to parse, but you begin to try. Focus on the nodes. The nodes are glassy, bright, and in all this flow, only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid, or a triangle. Dimensions are difficult here. And lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange. Before you can glimpse any further, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. The threads and nodes, passengers and puzzle boxes. One leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. Look out across the ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. Then that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They're in a ship, and the ship is approaching, ever closer with each cycle. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something, a sphere shimmering above a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. You open your eyes, time is short. There we go. It's still pretty loud though. What's up, man? So I'm hunted now. But I'm still starving, so I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Wow, something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the Eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the I button at the top of the screen to toggle and view it on and off. This? What the fuck is this? There's a keynote. What? Data here is part of a cache tucked away deep during the collapse. Who hid this and for what purpose? Data actions. Data actions allow you to extract data from networks of the Eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right action. On the right of the action. You have a +1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill. You'll be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. Once unlocked, the data can be extracted. What the fuck do I care about the data? I don't have that one. Not that one. Extract data. One encrypted key. So I wasted my energy for that. Stream passcodes able to unlock the station's aging maglocks. Okay, so I can hack systems. Fine, but none of that. I don't even know what the hell that is. This node is orbited by the remains of a corporate countermeasure broken long ago by hackers. So I could use it for this. I still need to go find food, so I'm not gonna do that. My guy's starving. Get out of this. What do I do on the wet dock? Nothing. So really my only option is here in the market. Sourcing a stabilizer. That does me no good. Like that shit's just happening. I'm waiting for shit to happen. If I gain local knowledge, the busiest part of the eye, you can find anything and everything here. I'm kind of stuck doing this. Local knowledge, okay. I got pluses there now, so what happens now? Now find some food. Just buy some. Huh? Street food vendor. Look at that shit. Memphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok. His other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red-flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the bright with bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. It's a brooch. You join the queue. It's mostly made of off-duty salvagers, vac suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food of the eye, on the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dives, their words cut through with heavy spacer slang. Eventually it's your turn and you shuffle to the front. Memphis speaks in a deep, even tone without looking up. First try is free. Nice. Thank him. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Memphis says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his wok. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility at his sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems you tell him like some dream that you once had and can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you're unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more, he smiles. But next time you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner's side and shuts it off. The roar of the flame and its oppressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the walk. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. That's what I'm talking about. I needed that. I kind of need more though. Emphasis spice. Yeah, let's throw some shit in there. Let's get a little more action going here. I'm gonna need more food. Thank you. There we go. Now I can go do something. Go work or something. What's this? Oh, not that. Well, actually, I could do that. There's that other node that just requires that one right there. That's what I need. Let's go ahead and take that. I said extract, motherfucker. Another encrypted key. Continue. Ooh. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread strung tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver, or somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Stringent processing. Resist. What the You struggle against the thread and it tightens in response. A glittering garrote. Garrote. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What you do? The shape paces around you on lithe legs. Though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity identify. Origin, serial cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Stay silent. Refusal. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature. Of and not of. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Run. You kick off and glide away through the cloud. The threads surging after like predatory tentacles. They follow, wrapping the space around you until you are held within a web. A tangle of tentacles closing in. Stop! Hunter halts its thread, its head twitching. Entity. Your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I'm a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock. Entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Strike. You lash out with all your force, not a physical strike, but a focusing. A spike of interference leaping out like a tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, and separates. Wake up. You open your eyes, looking back in the station, light shaking with fear. Oh, interesting. Huh. Let's go to sleep. Where's my other die? Hello? That's some bullshit. I specifically ate that much for that reason. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wait. Turn. Who's this? Bing is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now. He puts a hand on your arm. I've seen you hanging around, just want to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back to the container, shaking his head. Rough. It can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down the passage. What was it old Erland said? The eye opens for us all? Nice idea, but, well, not always very practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. We? You pass together into the main walkway. Havenage. We're all one dysfunctional family. Fang puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch, though. Don't worry, I'm with systems. Havenage. Think of us as an administrative association for the eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerged as a response to or a continuation of Andres Erland's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity and, well, I know a little about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you, he glances. This is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then, when you are settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you the dark look. In truth, I need you. If they say is true about you sleepers, if what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. Pats you on the back, his voice bright, his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks away. He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell. Go do some work for Drago here. Okay, that's good stuff. Let's go. What kind of stuff do we have on the network? Don't have any of these. Nope. Okay. Could go eat more food. I can sell components. Horde Exchange is always hungry for new hardware to buy up. Break down and sell off, and you are happy to supply it. Scrap components. I don't have any scrap components on there. Got encrypted keys. Flow of chits and components in the exchange is complex. A sharp eye and some tight trades can net you a good margin. I mean, I could probably kill it right now. Let's do it. Let's play the exchange. 19 cryo, plus I'm a trusted trader now. There's an old ship mine fabrication stack in the back of the market, but only trusted traders get access to it. Ship mine fabrication stack. Okay. Waiting for Sabina to acquire the thingy-mabobber stabilizer. She's almost there. Or Sabine. Sabina. I don't have any upgrade points, so I can't really do anything. Guess we're gonna end the cycle again. What is that? Complete active scenes to proceed. What scenes? Guess it's here. I don't understand. I don't have any more energy. I can't do anything. Keynote. Pay to go down there, but what's the point? Not just gonna go down there. Waste my shit. I don't understand. First cycle, negative engineering condition, end cycle. You aren't finished with this cycle. Complete active scenes to proceed. I think it's broken. Dragos. Oh. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flashing across a vast, dark shape, suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hold plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yard. What is it? Drago laughs. That, my friend, is A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, but now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible. Through multiple hull breaches, you struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Drago's for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances. I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. And what happened to the ship? Not my concern, he shrugs. Ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm going to need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes the dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container. The wreck of the SNR freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into the strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led to this yard. Drago squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we are up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Winterlight. Let's do it. Claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. Real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps to himself. Take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting and then slip off out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. I got an upgrade point. You've completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks I'm in a bad spot. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access your character menu via the arrow button top right of the screen. Chance to get a random scrap item on engineer actions. Use scrap components at home to repair condition. Kind of like the self-repair thing. Interface. Work with digital interfaces. Transfer intercept. Chance to gain cryo on interface actions. Photosynthetic skin. Sunbathe dice actions allow energy recovery at home. Predictive reasoning. Dice actions display potential positive and negative outcomes. Gauge Thrill Seeker. Chance to gain energy after any engage action. No, I'm going with self-repair. I can't do that because I need 2 points. What if I want to save my points? Because none of these three look like they're any good to me. And cycle. Still got someone out there tracking me, okay. Bang. Evidence systems engineer. This guy wants to talk already. Sabine has my shit. First thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive in Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. First thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants.
like a cat's eyes in the dark. Oh wait, I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They picked one up, rotating it in warm light. I have no idea how Yatagan trail out. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. On the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. Gesture for you to sit on the bed. Stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of the biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame rejecting all of its own organs. Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. Glance away, at least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. I begin readying the syringe. I'll start with a small dose to limit the risk.
Okay, let's do it.
Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. You tap the syringe and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. Sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white. When it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, rippling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of your slate. Awake? Yes? Stabilizer is genuine. Sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatagan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more. If you're going to have to do that somewhere else. I gesture to the door. I have other patients, sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for the next dose. Silence fills the room, and they return their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. I wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Then comes Free Sleeper, remember that. Manage to get your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Shiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Interesting. So 100 cryo. I get some more stabilizer. Sabine is selling off the case of stabilizer vial by vial. You haven't been able to talk to them since your last visit. It's Fang. Sleeper! Fang catches your attention as you approach the Havenage building, leaning against a bay door on the side of the entrance. Approach. Easier to come in this way. Security, all that. Gives you a look, you know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. core hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators with diagnostic slates and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fang leans on the server stack and gestures around. You like it? What is all this? He taps a nearby server stack which bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over to a towering block speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station, AE-1. One Solheim built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they are seeing a constant, concrete reality. This place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, lapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and follow. You're keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away its corporate origins. He stops. At least that's what I'm trying to do. Turns back to face you among the flickering machines, humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? Yep, I can see it. It makes sense, right? In between here and there, between the people and their systems, you light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. Glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal on the run. They're tracking me. Pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in these places. Subsystems I can't see. Access protocol is lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Havenage, there is old growth. Those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about the tracker of yours. He winks. What do you say? Hell yeah. Fang pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. It's your eye. Won't regret it, Sleeper. Fang passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. Gift, he smiles. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into any old network gate, and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. What's above? He nods at the ceiling. You've granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper. And I'll see you soon. You step, blinking, out into the package. Those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. That's what I'm talking about. Now we got a use for this. And it gave me something for this. Yeah, start action. Gate S7 access. Okay. Now, can I go back and talk to him? Data. Fang will pay you well for any Solheim data you dredge up in the Eye's old systems. What he does with it is anyone's guess. that. That one. Don't have that one. Shit. Alright, well none of the interfaces I have something for right now, so be it. Havenage cipher at some point. Okay. We haven't been in here to assist. This is kind of our area. Let's do that. Don't have connections, but you do have skills. You can make a shipbuilder. To notice them might be in. Let's see what happens. ++ to yard hand. I'm a mechanical thing, so I should probably be doing stuff like this, but I do need to go earn a buck. So I should do this as well. Winter light. Wrecked cutter Dragos has brought. Salvage has a history to discover. You are curious. Drago seems increasingly nervous about your presence in the yard. I'm not sure he's going to hold his nerve much longer. Gotta end the cycle again. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Give me all of that. I can go eat something, fill it back up. That should stay up there, hopefully. Leave. Let's grab a little grub. Okay. In the shipyard, maybe. Yeah, use one of these to grab some more data. This is, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Use this in the shipyard. I feel like if I continue to work on this, I'm gonna end up with, I paid a little bit, okay. Can work in Drago's yard. We come to the exchange. Let's do it. Daily exchange. Yes. 19 cryo and more to the trusted trader. Could level up into it. But, I mean, even if I do. That might be okay. Rolling. I think this is definitely the most important thing. I'm gonna save for that. How you doing, Bobby? Alright, let's go hack the network. Find us the 3.1, I think it was over here. Let's use one of these. Yeah. Got encrypted keys. I'm not sure what to use. A stream of passcodes able to unlock the station's aging mag locks. Still don't understand. What was the interface skill supposed to give me? I can't see it right now. Deliver data. I don't have that. I have these. What do I do with those? Can't do anything with this. Or that. Still docks, explore rotunda. I don't think I'm gonna explore the rotunda. Just watch this. Rotunda. Havenage run the rotunda and their security watches the docks. Better avoid attracting their attention. It's a dock watcher. Being in the rotunda doesn't just mean new places to visit, it means keeping your eye on new arrivals. That's a skill that I don't have, the engage one. So that's always going to be the hardest one to do. I don't have enough for that thing yet. Could go work the exchange, or I can gather more stuff that I don't know what to do with. Gather more stuff. Hey. Image data. Let's go down here. No? Alright. That's cool. Let's go. See if I can give him that. Nope. Cache of raw data from each hardware. You want Solheim data. Need a 1. Got a 1. Have any of this. Interesting. Let's go work. Docs. Breaking is tough, so it could be either 25 positive, 50 neutral, or 25 negative. I'll take that shot. Hopefully it's not negative. Yes. Yard clearance. History on another ship is salvage. As Dragos always says, break it down, move it on. closer. There's one. I can take that. Let's get that data. Cell mine. Oh, not that one. Which one was that? I think it was this one. Oh, not that one either. This one? There you are. Let's take that data. Let's go bring that to Fang. Cryoscoping the systems. Fang wants to get a look at what's hiding in data, hiding deep in the subsystems of the eye. Okay, not too concerned with him. I am concerned with that. That's, I got 4 cycles before I'm screwed there. I have enough to buy that. Could go work. I could go mess with the exchange. Messing with the exchange. Trusted trader. I earned it. I don't know what that means now. Probably won't find out until next cycle. Fabricator? Oh yeah, this is it. Machine mines cannot be built from scratch. The habit of salvage fragments can be reassembled with the fabricator. Interesting. Haven't gone back to this, the shipyard. Might want to do that. Could go poorly. The other one actually works a lot better because I'm an engineer. Oh, loss of energy. Random scrap item. That's cool. So I should go work. What's his face? Yes. Let's go buy a little food. Okay. Still don't have one of those I can't use. That's a 2. That's a 4. Can't. I need to re-roll. I can't. I could use this here. Although that's kind of a waste because I get the +1, but I'm not actually using it. I should probably use this here. Acquire that. Passkey for an apartment found wrapped around a stabilizer room. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around a stabilizer vial, clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls from around the vial. At one end, there's a hard metal strip, a handle. Inspect the handle. The handle is worn and pitted. See a set of numbers imprinted into it. 207F, and then crudely scratched into the handle at some later date, low end. Inspect the film. You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It's perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word. King's passkey. Is this an entry key for somewhere? For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this? Or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head into the lower end and find out. Self-repair. Fucking got that. That means I can come in here. Now I can repair myself. Without regular doses of stabilizer, sleeper bodies actively decay. Corporate insurance policy to de-incentivize escapees like you. But I'm stable. Some careful engineering, you can patch up your damaged body with scrap components. The result isn't pretty. Oh. I'm stable though. So, interesting. Let's see. Come to Drago's yard and use that. Actually, I can come over here to the exchange and use this. Get good results. 19 cryo. Ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but salvage fragments can be reassembled with a fabricator. Ship mined. Where are those other ones that were on the cycle? Where are they? This one, dock, and that one. I'll go to the shipyard, continue to do our thing. Yes. Do we want to risk this? 50-50. Fuck it. Yes. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Luck is on my side. Lemon Mina, worker and daughter. From the walkway, this sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames. All along our flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. A sense of scale, of industry, is both stunning and strangely unsettling. From the walkway, she's quite beautiful, I think. We turn to see a figure, a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He's thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. Torches of Citadel horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Len leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out of the ship. And this is Mina, he adds with a smile. She stares and tucks herself behind Len, dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. Working on her then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship, or just admiring. He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. Admiring. Understandable, he nods, gazing back out at the Citadel horizon. You like her too, don't you, Mina? Jostles for a little. She's Mina's and my ticket out of this place, our escape vector, so to speak. How? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Havenage contract on the Citadel horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. Won't get to sleep the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me. And Mina, if it means landfall on a new world. He winks. Decades. It's a long trip, he straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of a corridor. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Who's the Celis Foundation? They're Havenage's client. Yeah, some wealthy project for the core systems, interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. Hired the whole shipyard out. Buffed, wreck it, and everything. He strokes Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose, but doesn't mean people like me and Mina can't tag along. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Who? Pulling an exaggerated grumpy face, she glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, Meanie. Give Daddy a sec. Turns back to you and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. Not on the Havenage crew yet. I'll work my way in. You can do it too, Fred. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily. Wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard group. For sure. He looks out on the Citadel horizon, as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hole. You gotta hold out, okay? Aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. Hey, Mina? She straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Lem smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. You hold on. She smiles sheepishly at her. Just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side. She clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. Pats her back. Maybe see you on the shift, huh? He turns and they walk down the walkway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking. A moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot. Shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back. You watch them a little before you turn back to the possible scale of Citadel Horizon. Check it out. Unit assembly. So I have an advantage here. It's a safe one. It's not like I'm going to get hurt doing anything. We could pull out something neutral. Let's do it. A little down on quality control. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta be careful with that. What do we got here? Tracking yada gun. A slate in the office. Do I have yada gun data? I don't think I do. No, I don't. Put a ship mine fragment in there. Okay. Sphinx Bay. Dragos isn't too upset. I don't know if I want to purchase this or get the low end stuff. That's what, 60? I should probably get that. Gotta keep our energy levels up. More fungus. I have active scenes, okay. What's the active scenes? Build a ship mine, disable your tracker. A Citadel ticket, study the winter light that's blasted ship, investigate the wreckage. Get to know Memphis. I eat out of this stall all the time. Still need Solheim data. Alright. What's the story one? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh. Memphis, sleeper. Memphis calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his rock, with fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you. Cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause. The spice is rich in your nostrils. Think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Memphis. You look at Memphis, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice. Tell him about your dreams. All the sleepers you tell Memphis had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they sleep. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. Your dreams, Those gray skeletal afterimages of systems and structures of threads and patterns weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares. They were reflections of reality, distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. It was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids in every blink, and now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some processes of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps your reason, it is just some side effect or particular quality of frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift. You hope to make use of it. Memphis finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You're quite the storyteller, he eyes you. And you realize that he is trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Memphis passes you the meal. It's cooked and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks. Natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around the corner at the emptying market. But my time is done for today. I do not want to keep you longer, so I will make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind his stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. You ever heard of this? No. Neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. Memphis begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind, he smiles. I am sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Agreed. Good, booms Memphis. I will wait for you to bring them. Memphis slides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then. Sleeper, good luck with your foraging. Turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Memphis' food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think, a trade that seems more than fair. Man, I need to get those data pieces for Fang. Okay, I think we got one. Not that one. This one. Let's go talk to Fang. Data. Sell him. Need one more, and that's a roll of 2. I'm flickering apparently, which is okay. It's not bad. Come back over here to the unit assembly. Do some good work this time. Should probably work in Draco's yard. Got another random scrap item. Alright, let's go check out low end. hand over the chits to the Yatagan Forcer, and he nods you through. Low-end apartment complex. Let's find out what's in here. We have this pass key. Apartment unlocked. Continue. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. Pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Inspect the surfaces. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent rare or hurried visit. They trace the path to the water dispenser and the auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. Go to the doorway. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash dispenser, water closet towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. A bunk is tucked away into the wall. Blankets ruffle. Wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, and controlled. As you approach, there's a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. Sorry I can't be there. I've had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening with Yatagan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan were supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. Then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the dead. But I need insurance. Something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information. And as you know, you need me. Pause. Something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I haven't been here before. I have been here before. I can help you. But not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Get me data, get me information, get me something that I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get out, and you can get what you need, please. Waves of static cut into Sabina's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine's living here. Working at the desk, sleeping at the bunks, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. Access terminal. Sit in front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabina's left an access port open. The rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as you think, as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? What debt do they owe Yatagan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase lab on the desk, its glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Got a drive? What drive? Okay. Got block maintenance that I could do. That's what I'll end up doing. Maintained by the residents, the ramshackle blocks are always in need of repairs. Helping out is a good way to make friends. So I could use it here. No one knows you here. You'll need to change that. I don't know what the negative is. Let's find out. Should I, or should I use it somewhere else? Let's see. I think I could use it here. +1 to low ender. It's a lot of cycles. Whoever's hunting me is gonna come hunt me soon. Only got 2 cycles. I'm not gonna make it through all the data, looks like. I can never seem to get 2 for some reason. Dang it. I don't understand what the key nodes are for. The encrypted keys, what are those for? Could I just use you there? That'd be great. Unlock this shit. I don't know what I do with these encrypted keys. %100% positive. I could risk it. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's better to come over here, risk it here. Comes the hunter.
Whatever it was that was hunting me is here now, so... Oh, look at that. Hold it there, Sleeper, comes a voice from behind you. Don't you run. Stay still. Good, good. Hand pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. Ethan spins you around. He's wearing a white smirk and a slick jacket. You immediately know he has terrible news. Got all the way out here and then stayed put. He laughs. Cool laugh. That a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You notice the handgun is leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out of his belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves, or off of godforsaken moons. He splits the ring in two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Just a freelancer on a contract. He reaches over to slide rings around your wrists. Go easy. Make a break for it. You see a chance the moment his eyes leave you to watch the rings. You spin, knocking him away and sprinting down the corridor. Shots ring out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ears. A bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. It's a very boring routine, trust me. I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrists. Ethan nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home, he whistles, going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. We can work this out, can't we? I don't see much in the way of assets in your possession. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here. Just head back to SNR right away. That tracker of yours makes this too quick. I was hoping you'd put a bit more of a chase, you know? A running battle through the bright market, maybe, or a holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That SNR tracker would be the death of you. Yeah, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you dramatic pause and then try to jump me. I'm pretty tired of that. Although, uses Ethan, I've got myself thinking, where's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we're heading for the exit. He pauses and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea, starts Ethan. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. Turns you to face him. You run, or leave, or try to abandon the eye. I shoot you. You plot or scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. But, he smiles. Come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles and you pay my tab. I don't shoot you. Pauses. You pay my tab. He rattles his handgun. Get the idea? You're letting me go? Not at all. Let's call it open custody. You're free to mooch around the eye as long as you keep paying up. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you. This is so much better. He clicks something in his belt and the rings release from your wrist. I'm gonna see if I can find my old stool at the compressor club. Come see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that body of yours is one big trekker. So don't think about leaving the eye. Oh no. Ethan turns and strides off the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming.
What are you going to do? New drive discovered. Yeah. Well, it's about time I go to bed. The thing's saved, so to bed I go. Thanks to whoever's there. See you later. Have a good night.